Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening. Alexa, shut off the music. So, what's going on, guys? Waiting patiently. Oh, you're on your wife's computer tonight. Okay. Hello, Bruce. Warren, good evening. Alrighty, so as you can probably see, it's a little cloudy in here, and that's for a reason. So I was having actually some technical difficulties with the fog machine, but anyhow, this is kind of to introduce some of the new products and show you guys. I'll get the fans going and the door open, so it'll clear out a little bit here fairly quickly, between the exhaust fan and the door. But anyways, no, I wanted to kind of show you guys. You've seen clips here and there, so that's kind of what this is we're just kind of going through some of the different pieces and parts of some of the new stuff that we've got up and coming. I also wanted to say, thank you for the support that I've gotten from friends, family, fans, and also from some of the sponsors who have brought things to what they are right now. One of which is CPC. They're actually responsible for what you're seeing here on the workbench right now. Unfortunately, he went a little overboard on the Rainmaker. It was supposed to have actually been a little bit smaller, so it would fit in this section of the table. But we've got the table redone. Went ahead and put a little neon back behind there as far as for the introduction. We're actually going to shut that off right now. But Steve, I definitely want to say thank you from CPC. And I know Mr. Adams is familiar with that. So he's the guy that has actually been doing a lot of my artwork here lately. So, I definitely wanted to say thank you to him. Young You for the cabinets that I've had custom made. And then from Mr. Luke Miller. So I got him a little piece here, who has, for the last 4 years, have been supplying me with my 5/8 Ford transformers that I've been using. So, like I said, just wanted to give a shout out to everybody as far as that goes. Also with the big guy's help. There's been times that I have racked my brain, and he has been incredibly patient, been a great friend, along with several others. But since I also do business with him, I want to kind of give him a shout out as well, for some of the products, that are being put into the final product that you guys are buying. So, so that's kind of what this is about. We are going to get into an actual repair. Thought it was a Cheech and Chong movie. There you go. But yeah, like I said, just a thank you to these guys, who have helped me get where I'm going and where I'm at today. So, I don't want to forget ICA, who also supplies me with some of the smaller cabinets at a great price. The other two, we're going to talk about them just a little bit as well. Everybody's pretty well familiar with, our cabinets that we get from ICA, of course. I went ahead and I held this one back from one of my customers, which I told him ahead of time. But I've got another piece here that's going to go with this when it's all said and done before it gets shipped. But, kind of the new look as far as with the cabinetries, to kind of show you guys a few different things. So just bear with me here, guys. We're trying to get some of this stuff out of the way. as we get along here. Like I said, one of the main things that I wanted to concentrate on, like I said, was these two particular cabinets, as well as just say thank you to everybody. Like I said, I'm really pleased with the way these have turned out. You're going to be seeing here in the next couple of months, you're going to start seeing some builds in these cabinets. This one's just going to be like a very small little base, as well as small little power supply for those that are looking at some different things too. Let's see here. Of course, we have these ultra thin little mean wells we're going to be starting to use on some of the different builds. The other ones are still going to be available. I've had great luck out of the other ones as well, but I do know that I've got a few people that are looking for, let's see here. Yep, we got Johnny come lately here. He missed the introduction. So, like I said, I've got some of these already in stock. I've got another order already placed, for the small mean wells, as we go ahead and introduce those into the mix of it as well. So, yes, I've had the small machine going. So, but anyhow, like I said, we're going to get into a little bit more of this. Like I said, you guys have already seen the small cabinet. Some of the cutouts that I've already had pre-made into it, some of which I didn't have put in, and I'll do those as I go along, which are for the SO239 connectors. I'll actually do these. But no, these are actually nice, very thick aluminum cabinets. Believe it or not, even the top and the bottom are extruded. Yeah.
You want to watch your live performance live?
Well, yeah. Well, you missed out on part of it. But anyhow, tell me that's not some smoke. But anyhow, so this cabinet here, I'm actually going to have to take and open it up here a little bit. But these are some very, very high-end cabinets. There's very, very little room as far as everything. They have these engineered very, very tightly. So the front actually slips in, or the top actually slips into the front piece. Same thing on the bottom. As we opened it up, I went ahead and had the holes pre-cut for the fans. Hot off the press, guys. Hot off the press. So had the cutout made for the front for power supply. I'll be putting a small window in here as far as on the back of it, whenever it's actually going to be used for a bass amplifier. So as it stands right now, we can fit, I know I can fit two. I think I can go as high as a 300 amp if you want to use the large mean wells. Like I said, it's one of those where I got to kind of price it as we go along, as far as based on what you may be interested in. So I'll still be using a lot of ACA cabinets. Well, thank you. Yep. You'll also notice that I had him do some artwork here for back behind the meters and everything too, 3. But and like I said, for those that, like I said, want something that's
What should I add?
Alexa, shut off. The crazy thing talks to itself anytime it wants. But like I said, cabinets all extruded aluminum. Sides are extruded. Back's extruded. Obviously the front. So, like I said, very nice, very heavy. Eventually, like I said, you guys will start seeing some of the, some of the different things that we're building. They're going to be going into these cabinets as well. But I wanted to show you guys. And to think they've only got 4 screws that actually hold that top in. Like I said, look at the nice clean lines that they've got all the way across here. This isn't your normal cheap Chinese stuff that you are used to seeing come from overseas. Like I said, the cab, it's tropical. Yeah, kind of. But like I said, definitely worth the money and definitely worth the wait, as far as to get these in here. Okay, so let's set this stuff off to the side. And we're going to go on into the next project. But yeah, I figured you'd like that 3. I had Steve over there, CPC. He did the table for me. You can kind of see the whole thing. But yeah, he did the entire table for me, as well as the back piece that I had made. Making it rain at the beach. Oh, but yeah, just a little bit of an electrified look. Grab me a drink here before we start setting stuff up here, and we'll get into some work this evening. Alrighty. Oh, that big thing out of the way. All right. So tonight I'm going to spend a couple of hours here on this, mainly so that I can go ahead and get some of the stuff out of the way. Oop. I'm not off the stand. Anyways, so we're going to work on this a little bit tonight, and then go to the, go to the next. Yes, it would. It definitely would. Like I said, it's something that I am looking to get into. I was hoping to get into it by this fall. I don't know that I'm going to be able to. Like I said, I have a ton of stuff that's already on the books, going into this year. You might actually recognize this, though, Bruce, seeing as how I got that from you. But I'm actually going to be using this a little bit this evening. Got some other neat stuff that we're going to be doing to this as well. I'll show you as we go along. I want to go ahead and get my holes pre-drilled for my rollers. Not that I'm going to put them on tonight, but I do want to get holes drilled. That way I can flip this back upside down and start cleaning it up and then assemble it as I go along. But that's kind of where we're at anyways. I might be lucky enough, not sure yet, some of the holes that are already in here I get to use at least one. Looks like I get to use at least one. If I choose to do it this way. So you're going to get a break and start making your own cabinet. There you go. Yeah, I've been threatening to do that. Unfortunately, right now, I just don't have the physical room. Otherwise, I would probably go ahead and order a break and do all that fun stuff myself. Trying to dig down here and get back out. Got my long bit in there for right now. Some other stuff I was working on. See if I can't. You know, like I said, I want to get these actually drilled. Like I said, just makes my life a lot easier because once I start putting all that weight in there, I don't want to have to try to flip it back over. So flipping it on its side is one thing, but it's just easier to go ahead and get this part done. And that way I don't have to have any of the metal shavings potentially float around on the inside on me. So, all right. There you go. Okay. Okay. Figure out why that one's being contrary. Probably because I didn't tap it. All right. I'll put nuts on the back side of this anyway, so. But we're just going to go ahead and drill out this other hole here on this side. This way we don't have that problem again. I know, I make a better door than I do a window. Focus. Hopefully it'll focus in here in a second. The screw, that way I don't have to worry about it slipping and sliding too far. Need my fingers on the dead blasted thing. Okay. I hear you on that, 3. I spent an hour and a half yesterday taking everything off the table. Of course, I still can't find anything in this crazy place now, but I did that so that I could go ahead and get the new artwork put down. So, it is what it is. I've still got to get everything set back on here. I mean, I've got most of it. Still got a lot to do yet in relationship to that, but it'll get there, piece at a time. Now, these wheels aren't really all that expensive as far as these small little wheels that I get. I actually picked these up at Harbor Freight, and they actually do surprisingly well, you know, for as economical as what they are. And I think they're $3 or $4 a piece. They've got some really nice ones up there too if you want to spend the extra money, but I like these because of the fact that they're small. They work really well too. Yep, yep. Yeah, exposed nuts kind of like these. They're naked walnuts. Or excuse me, pecans. I'm sorry. Not walnuts, pecans. Some of the stuff out of my way here. All right. One more set of holes to drill, and we'll have this finished out here. No idea what that text message is about, but okay. That's the worst of it now. Step start? Kind of. We'll get into that here in a little bit. I could if I had the access to the equipment. Um, you're you're talking about a significant price when you go into something like that. And right now, with the price of the diamond plate, I picked up just a small piece the other day for this project here that we're working on, and it was like $40. And it was only like a 12 by, it was an 8 by 12, roughly. I mean, it wasn't really all that big. They charged me like $40 for that. It's just not real cost effective. I do have a company that will make it for me. As far as if somebody wants something, if you've got dimensions, I mean, I can get you a quoted price, but hold on to your bippies whenever you're pricing something like that to have it custom made. Still haven't figured out where I put my ashtray. That's what I usually use. There it is. That's what I usually use to put, like, bad screws and leftover pieces and parts that I work on. That typically goes in there. All right, let me grab my other box of stuff. Well, I've got this end up. Put my little pepper plates in that I made. Thankfully, whenever I was at Home Depot, I actually thought about ordering it. I was actually able to find a paint that was incredibly close to the original finish that's on this cabinet, which is a fine textured black. And Home Depot actually sold that. Come on, you crazy thing. care of that. Good evening, Squirrel. Hello, Harvey. 312, good evening. Okay. Bear with me here. I'm going to get the shavings out of this while we're going along so that it's less that I got to clean up and do afterwards as I'm going along. I'll have to blow this all back out again anyways 2 or 3 times, but the more we keep out of it now, the easier it will be later on. All right. Let's grab our board here. But yeah, I would love to get into making some of the cabinets myself, but the reality of it is when you can order stuff, even custom-made cabinetry, kind of like the ones that I showed in the beginning, it's actually more economical to have something like that designed and buy. For example, and I bought quantities, so each piece was actually a little cheaper. Now, granted, if I could afford to have ordered like 100 of them at one time, there'd been a significant difference in price. But even at that, it's still a significant chunk. But what it costs to build, let's say 10 of those cabinets, if you special order just one, it'll cost you almost as much as having, 6 of them made. Just for an example. knocking that stuff all over. But yeah, the diamond plate, like I said, this is, the full length. I think it's about 12. Like I said, I think it was 8 by 12. That cost me like $40, which, I just wanted it because of the diamond, the diamond texture. I thought it would be kind of neat. But again, like I said, it's pretty pricey. And it's actually very hard to work with, especially when you're building a box, as far as to make sure that everything's going to line up because of the overlap, and your different points on it don't always line up for the next piece to be able to form just right. Okay. We're still going to keep this. Using wise because I'm actually going to be drilling some holes into the bottom of this. But I know 3 was intrigued with this. I don't know why this thing's having such a hard time keeping up as far as on focus. There we go. This other box here off the table. I'll set it on the floor. $400. Oof. It depends on who's doing what. There is a lot of TIG welding involved as far as buying a toolbox, just for an example. I know I've still got a toolbox in my truck that I bought like 20 years ago, and sadly, it's almost worth spending the money and just having or buying a toolbox and cutting it up for the aluminum. If you're wanting it for sheet, for different sheets and stuff. All right, so so we're going to be using those, setting those right there just for layout purposes. Yeah, let's get that off there too. All right. So essentially, this is what we're going to have in here. We're going to have our two main contactors, one of which is going to work the left side, and one's going to work the right side, or depending on which way you're viewing this, left side, right side, left side. Either way, one's for one side and one's for the other. So that's what we're actually going to be doing. Is we're going to be using the contactors to actually fire up the amplifier simultaneously as far as all the units. Now, it's not an absolute necessity as far as to use something like this. I am doing this for a couple different reasons. One of which is the fact that I've got my primary breaker that's on the side, and generally I just turn them on and off as needed, as far as using the breaker. And I still do that from time to time. Now, where I've been doing a lot more with work here lately, as far as on some of the larger machinery and stuff like that, depending on, and it's not going to be that big of a deal because this this power supply is not going to be powered up every second or every 5 minutes basically. But this is going to allow me to actually use a small little miniature toggle switch like what we use to turn on and off of our mobile amplifiers. I'll actually be able to use that to turn it on and off by doing it this method. So I can actually mount the switch up towards the top, be out of sight, out of mind, easy access, but it'll also save the life of the breaker. Because even though you don't trip the breaker over a period of time, it does actually weaken the breaker. So that was one of the things that I've learned here in the last few years, is that does weaken the breaker. In most cases, it's not a big deal. We're going to get a lot of service life out of the breaker itself. But we are going to use a small ice cube relay here to fire the other two. So that's kind of the neat little thing there. On the ice cube relay, I'm actually going to put in a small little 3-amp power supply that's going to be located in here, and it'll be for the low voltage. That way, on the low voltage side, we're only going to have, our ground wire that is going to go through a toggle switch. So there's not actually going to be anything major that's going to be up there that's going to short out or cause any kind of an issue or anything like that. And when we turn the small ice cube relay in or on, it'll go ahead and fire the contactors. They'll come down and supply power to the other side that's going to go to the left and the right for our modules that's going to be mounted. Yeah, Donnie, we're doing good, buddy. But so no, it's not necessarily a step start. There's even a third way that we could actually do this. The only thing I don't like about it is the fact that the modules would actually be supplied at all times whenever you're using the RSP 1500s. There is actually a way to go in on your slave. You can go in. There is a way to actually set it up off of the front where it will actually monitor it, and you can use that to actually turn on and off the modules. The only thing I don't like about that is the fact that they're just put to sleep. So, you still got power that's actually going to be sitting there inside, these modules. Now, the other thing that this will also allow by using the contactors, and that's the main reason why I'm using these contactors, is if for some reason I forget to turn off the main breaker. Okay, this is a secondary switch. So there's yet another physical break that's going to be allowed in between all this, that keeps anything that would come in on the AC line. It gives it a second place to potentially stop before it gets to either side of this cabinet on these modules. So it helps in the long run as far as protect your investment. And considering the cost of what just one of these is, and you multiply that times 6 or 8, it is an incredible investment. This one's probably going to be just 700, because of where I wanted to put my service breaker at. Whenever I started this originally, I'd actually planned on putting 8 of these in here, because of where I wanted my breaker, so that I could easily get to it without having to pull the unit out and put it in the back, or unlock the front door, open it up, and get in here. Because that was the other option that I had also thought of too, was putting the main breaker inside, essentially right about where this is. So that's the reason why I went from an 800 amp down to a 700, which is still going to be more than sufficient for what we're going to be doing in here. So it's also going to allow me the extra space I need because of the height of the cabinet that I ordered. I still wanted it to be able to fit, to fit underneath my workbench, and have the clearance I needed for another small shelf that's actually underneath my workbench. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave one module out in order to do that. That gives me my space that I'll need over here whenever I go to mount some of the other pieces and parts that's actually going to go into this. So yeah, this one's only going to be 700. I ordered a couple of cases of these, which is quite a bit. So I do have some of these that are going to be available as far as that I can build with immediately upon request, without actually ordering them and having to wait 2 weeks. All right, Bruce, have a good one, buddy. We'll catch you later. I'm glad you were able to at least pop in for 5 minutes. But another thing that can also be done early, depending on how you want to go about it, and that's where I picked up one of these at. Actually, there's 2 of them, but which this is a breaker that can be put or used on the 12-volt side. This is just 1 amp. It's just a 1 amp breaker, but it's designed for the den rail, which is what we have here. So this could actually be put on there as far as for basically an alternate protection for the ice cube relay. It's not necessary. I mean, worst case scenario, you blow out, a $10 relay, you throw it away and put a new one in. So, this was one of those where I wasn't going to pass it up for what I got them for. So I went ahead and picked up this one and a 5 amp one, because I picked them up for next to nothing. So, but all this actually just came from Amazon, believe it or not. So that's what's kind of nice. All right, so we got that. It's going to go there. And I'm going to grab and open up the right drawer. I don't remember which length of screws I need for that. Okay. All right. And it's not really needed, but we are going to put, I think I'm just going to put 2 in there because that's what I did the last one that I built like this. Like I said, the capacitance isn't as necessary on these modules because they are capable of doing the full 100 amps continuous. So my cap down here in this one. Okay. But we got to figure out how we're going to get all this laid out before we start drilling any holes into the bottom. All right, so we've got the contactors that are going to be there. Now I've got my AC that's going to be coming in off to the side here. We're going to have our main connectors. Out just a little bit more. Anyways, we're going to have our main connectors on the back panel that are going to be up here towards the top. So, we want to try to position these. And I think the best thing we can do, so let me grab a couple of screws here. Bear with me here. I'm going to put a couple of screws here in these power supplies up. I can kind of set it in there and see what I'm looking like on the bottom here. has a little bit of a understanding there of what we got going on. All right. So let me grab two more. Okay. That one's for something else. Yep, I think I'm going to have to move that up to one set of holes, if I remember right, because of my breaker. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Yeah, I just went ahead and drilled everything the same for the left and the right. That way I can just grab and go. Well, hopefully everybody's had a great week as far as this last week. I know it's been crazy at work, everything that's been going on and what have you. It has definitely been insane this week. Yeah, today was kind of a rough start for me just because of the fact that all I wanted to do today was just sleep. Okay. There we go. All right. Pull that board out and make my life a little easier for the moment. But essentially, that's what we're going to be doing is, just stacking them up. Stacking them up, in an upright position. So. I think what I'm going to do is just put these off to the side here. I think that's what I want to do. Do it like that. I've got plenty of clearance this way, and I can keep them back here close to the back. I've actually got a fan, since this is already pre-cut. I'm actually going to put a fan here in the bottom. The only thing that I probably want to do differently, though, is the fan that I have is a little noisier than I had hoped for when I purchased it. Wasn't looking for anything that was super loud, or that moves an incredible amount of air, which this one does. It'll be great for cooling, but it's not really going to be quite as necessary. The fans that are inside these, are just short of a turbo engine to begin with. So there is. Missed one. Go. All right, so let's get some. If I thought about it, I'd have taken that already out. All right, let's get wherever it's at. Do. Where did I set it down at? Ouch. Okay. Scissors here. This will make layout so much easier. All right. And it helps if you use a Phillips bit. Okay. Some more stuff that fell out. Got wiped off here. Okay. So what do we got here? Well, I've missed all kinds of stuff here. Well, actually, 3, it's kind of funny that you say that. There is actually going to be a light in there, and that was part of what you've seen going on in the background. I actually bought neon lighting to put inside of it. So there's actually going to be a yellow neon light that's actually going to be encompassing the outside or the outer perimeter of this on the inside. So that way it'll actually be all lit up when it's done. There's actually going to be 2. I'll put her here, probably in the city box. Yep. So as far as the outlets, I'm actually using these. There's actually going to be, 2 positives and 2 negatives. It's actually going to be put into it. The 3/8 brass, so I'll be able to draw a pretty good chunk of electric on it. I think those are rated for 450 amps continuous on each set. So yeah, let's get some more light inside there for me. Okay. Next up, we're going to take care of our contactors and our relay. And let's get that. That's the problem with cleaning up. you never can find anything. The worst part about it, guys, is when you clean up. Okay, so 19 and a half. So 9 3/4 is going to be center. Okay, so for all intents and purposes, 5 inches. So 2 and a half off the center. That way I can get my room. I don't think I could have done that any better if I had to. It actually happens to be my center line. It's part of the reason I bought this stuff was just because of the fact that it had a grid on it. So 1, 2 and a half. Let's see. So we need to cut that piece there. There it is. I'll actually be able to cut it a whole lot easier and a lot quieter this go around, believe it or not. Maybe if I can find what I did with it. May have taken it in the house here. Bear with me. Hang on. Be right back. Okay. Now, stretch. Oh, come on. Yep. Yeah, the main hot and ground are going to the back wall. Go. That's actually quieter than the other one. That's sad. Yeah, I could actually get by with a whole lot less wire as far as on the DC side if I would actually turn the modules around the other direction.
But if I turned them around the other direction,
It's not really that much more difficult as far as that goes to build. I mean, there's options, or shouldn't say options. There is hurdles on every platform when you do that, though. Yes, the front is looking at us. But you're going to see these power supplies are going to be mounted this way. And these are going to be mounted this way. The reason why is because I want my DC in close to each other so that whenever I drop it down, it's going to come out essentially in the middle. That's the reason why I wanted to, essentially center these here. The AC, I'm actually going to run right into this front channel as far as anything that has to come over here to this side. All the rest of it's going to be out of the way. But that way I can jump over and not have any of the AC and the DC cross paths, essentially, whenever I'm all said and done. These corn chips are addicting. A little square out here. I pushed down on that middle, pulled it loose while ago, so it's the only bad thing about this textured. I'll have to go back and I'll have to double check myself on where I have those mounted at, or the places started for those from a capacitor bank. It shouldn't matter a whole lot. That stuff works great on a smooth surface, though. What is this? Let's see here. plenty of clearance. Well, I know which way is which. Our capacitors, and let's take another look here real quick. Looks good. Might as well while I've got it in there. Because I'm going to need 2 more holes on this side. That way I can get all the holes drilled and done in one shot here. If those are long enough. Yeah, all I could do is catch for right now. Reason why is I've got angle brackets I'm actually going to mount here on the other side of that. That way everything is just super solid. Yep, gonna need longer screws. I have to go up one more length. Just not quite enough to hold it. Now I special ordered some screws in. They're supposed to arrive Friday. Well, here it is, Saturday/Sunday, and they haven't arrived yet. Okay. hoping I don't have to get out the 632s for the time being. Because all I want to do is just get these to hold in place and then make sure the others are square. Black on black is making it really hard to see these holes. Of course, something's just far enough out of my reach. It's okay, I can get it here in a minute. A lot of test fit. It's that other screw that's holding that one. Okay. It's not a problem. I can get around that too. Let's get my bottom brackets here. Get this crazy stuff off. Yes, that is exactly right, 3. 1 master and 6 slaves. Yeah, I've got a couple of the cables made up already. I've got to finish making them up, especially for the one that's the master. It gets a couple other things done to it as well. So, you know, the master will probably be the last one I put in. Commend them for putting that stuff on there to keep them looking nice. But man, is that a pain to pull that stuff off. but I ordered these stainless steel L brackets just for this particular purpose. I actually got way more than I need for this setup here, but by doing it this way, as far as putting four of these 1/4-inch aluminum brackets on here, I'll never have to worry about these ever falling out either. I mean, I've got the side that's going to be braced really well, and then I've got a foot that's going to be here at the bottom. I'm not really too concerned about the top as far as actually making any kind of a mounting bracket per se on it, because once I put 2 units or more in here, especially since they're going to be all the way essentially by the top, like I said, I'm really not going to have to worry about a whole lot. They're going to be substantially up close to the top, so I don't really have to worry about it flexing a whole lot, mainly because of the fact that it's going to have the sides that are actually going to be physically fastened to the sides as well. So there's going to be a lot more support in here than what it looks like overall. Okay. So that takes care of that. We'll worry about flipping everything over here to this side here in a minute. Get this pinned over here.
one of the other things I'll have to do as well, and I'll have to take a measurement here after bid, is on these side brackets. Because of the spacing of these, one of the things that I'm going to encounter is right back here where these screws actually hold everything together. They're actually hitting my bracket, and because of that, even though I'm gonna go actually 2 holes over, the width of my bracket is actually hitting that. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm actually gonna have to come back and take a measurement, and I'll actually have to take on these aluminum rods. I'll actually have to notch it just a little bit where the as far as the 2 back ones go, so that I can clear those screws. These are just long enough, and they're almost full size. I can get in here and, like I said, get my measurement like I need it. Go. Because it ain't going to take much. Okay. Okay. Gives me everything I need to go there. Now we're going to check one more thing. Make sure that I've got my placement set good. Yep. All right. So there again, this one's going to be, when it's all said and done, this one's actually going to be turned the other direction. But I've still got more than an adequate amount of clearance that I'm going to be needing. So. That way, I'm tired of stepping on it. You go to bed on my 3? You quit talking. It's not like you, buddy. You always talk. And so if I was to ask Amy, she'd probably tell me that you talk in your sleep, buddy. Oh, you're there with me? Okay. Yeah, I know you do. The only one that I think can talk more than you would be your mama. I know I've heard many conversations with you and your mama. Bear with me, buddy, and I'll look at what you're saying here. Well, hello, Mr. Black. What's going on, buddy? Oh, you still in there too? Okay. Yeah, bear with me here, and I'll. Just trying to get all my spot drills here done, and then we'll go from there. There we go. I need to get me a fan in here. It's actually getting kind of warm. Let me open that door. No, I'm not drilling holes in the workbench. There's actually a board that's underneath there. But I did figure it was past your bedtime. I've seen chickens that stay up later than what you do, Mr. Black. At least here lately. Dum, 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 dum. 15 million screwdrivers. There it is. A couple of these started here. Normally these small little power supplies, usually I don't have to worry about any of the screws missing on them because they're usually fairly tight to start with. But had one out and the rest of them are just about ready to fall out. I'll be nice early. I'll be nice. I'm going to see where I want to set this at. I've still got my breaker that I've got to make sure everything clears good on. Yeah, I'm not going to have a problem going over top of that. Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah, I'm with you on that early. One day I'd like to be able to go there myself just to say I've went. And of course, if I had your money, I know I'd be able to afford to go. Yeah, go right to sleep anyways. I know I priced a airline ticket as far as to go out of the country for another particular endeavor, and oh my Lord, what they quoted me, and that's if I even go 6 months out. It was just absolutely insane. Beautiful one day and perfect the next. Okay. That gets everything spot drilled. Sweep that up here in a minute. All right, now we can go back. Yeah. Yeah, but that's one of the few places I have no desire to want to go. Yeah, Biden has opened up a can of worms that I don't think he realizes what it is. Time to move my boards. That way I don't drill holes in the table. Lots and lots of holes, guys. Lots and lots of holes. Calendar for the spaghetti break. Yeah. Oh, Lord. You kill me. All right. Let me put this battery on charge and grab another fresh one, just in case we need it. I love this little drill, but the batteries just don't last a real long time. It's that little 12 volt Milwaukee stuff. I've got an 18 volt, and I like using the 18 volt, but it's heavy. Granted, that's heavy, but it's not as bad. And most of the time, I mean, I just need it for small stuff in here. It's not like I'm, hammering, and a lot of stuff. For example, the bars that I'm going to be putting up here. Those I've got actually set up. I'll set them up, and I'll go out to the drill press out in the garage and take care of those out there. Okay. Now that I can get my hand in there, pull that screw out. That off. See if we can't get some more of the shavings here knocked out of this cabinet. Okay. All right. Set that there for the moment. Mr. Black, it's been a while since you've been in here on one of my feeds, buddy. It's been a long time. Of course, I know if you're up this time of the night, it's because you can't sleep. Yeah. What do you think of the workbench? Yeah, I need to get me a small little shop vac for in here, buddy. I really do, but I still haven't done that. Some of the shavings and stuff out of here and off that. Okay. We are going to need this again. sadly, where I've already blowed all that out, I'll have to do it again here in just a couple of minutes because I'm going to go back and deburr and chamfer all those holes. So, that way I'm not walking on all these metal shavings here. Okay. Now, where did I lay that roll of tape at? 15 million things, and I can't find a roll of tape that's right in front of me. If I'd been a snake, it would have bit me. Okay. So 1.25 inches up. It's still got a burr on it. When I was out there drilling these, I actually took them all to the belt sander, and or at least I thought I did. Okay. So since I know I've got to have 4 of these with a hole for the centerpieces, I'm just going to utilize these here. And I'll take the other 4 I've got just like these and we'll go from there. I hear you, 3. I hear you, buddy. Huh. That's what I've been stepping on. It's been stuck to my shoe. Okay. Good. I get my hole centered. Yeah, tomorrow I get to make up a jumper for another guy. And I'm going to get started on another long-awaited project for a guy. I may go live on it. Okay. Messy. What do we got here? All right, Wayne, you take care, buddy. Yeah. Glad you could stay in there for as long as you did anyways. Enjoy each and every one of you that pops in for the videos. All right. Grab that deburring tool here. I'm going to go ahead and chamfer those holes before I put everything back up here on the table. Okay. And I got to drill out 2 more real quick. Okay. Got another special bit here where 2 of those holes hit for the casters we're going to be putting in. Happen to hit on those brackets that I made for covering for those 2 extra holes on the bottom. And that way I can go ahead and make sure that they're still centered good. Okay. If that's going to work. Give me just a second here, guys. Okay. I guess I ran out of Mountain Dew. Time to grab another one. All right. Let's see. So what I did is I went ahead and procured a spot on the top and the bottom where I told you about the 2 screws on each side in the back. So 2 of these brackets I've got to modify because of where they're considerably wider than what the original factory brackets are. They're going to catch on this screw here at the bottom as well as at the top. So I don't have to do a whole lot, but I do need to go ahead and notch them, so that I can go ahead and make sure that I've got my clearance so I can get everything to set and line up as far as with all my holes on the sides. That way I can go ahead and get those mounted. So, part's kind of important. Otherwise, I'm going to have to really, really fight it. And there's no sense in it. So, with that being the case, I've got this one marked. And I don't have to worry about anything in the front because they're going to sit back far enough that I don't have to worry about the factory screws that they've got up here in the front, just those 2 in the back. So 2 of the other 4 are going to have to be, like I said, slightly modified. But since it's just a mirrored image, all we got to do is just transfer one over to the other. But it doesn't have to be notched much. We are going to have to do something. So let's set this off to the side. Okay. I'm going to shut that noisy fan off. Since we've got it all cleared out in here. Grab our board. Yep, so it's right in line with that. Now, since they are in alignment with the hole, I can actually double check myself so I don't have to mark them a couple different times. And draw me a little line. That way I know I'm covered if I take out the small little line. And then I'll get my depth here in just a moment. Well, if you're going to bed 3, have a good night, buddy. I don't know if that's you or if you're saying good night to Wayne, which if so, I think he's already got out of there. is. Just gotta figure out where I put it. Okay. We'll clean that up the file here in a minute. That next one. No, you're up. Phone about died. Oh, okay. Yeah, you had to go and find something to plug it in with. Need to get me a little bit better bench vise that I can take on and off of here. I've got a regular steel one someplace, but I got to figure out where I put the daggone thing. more notch, and then we can just kind of file them and slick them up a little bit. Kind of clean up our mess a little bit too. So I'll get all that stuff into the project. Yeah, the fun stuff's getting ready to happen here in just a few. All we got to do is get this. Okay. The other two, we don't have to do anything to them other than use them. Now we can get cleaned up, start mounting some modules, and we can get into the wiring, guys. Fun stuff. I can't wait for you guys to see what I've got up my sleeve for the wiring. That's the reason why I hung on to this, was so that I can use it to pull back. I like a tack cloth. Pick up the rest of that stray stuff. All right. I don't know if I got to go with the longer ones or not. Find out here in just a second. Yeah, some of these screws I can change out later. Like I said, I've got actually some black stainless that I ordered for this project, but they didn't come in time, which I'm still going to use them on the stuff that's going to show. Kind of clean up this stuff here so I'm not tracking it around and making it that much harder to walk here. So bear with me. I'm just going to okay. This crazy tape off of here. Well, hello, Charles. Hell, I gave you up for dead or something. Yeah, I wasn't sure what happened to you. Okay. Been out and about. Well, I was kind of wondering. I should be able to use the shorter ones. I wonder if I can go one more size. Nope. Not gonna let me. All right, now I can figure out which one of those holes it was that I needed. Okay. Got the two out. Hanging out with Nova, huh? Yeah, believe it or not, I've actually lost about 60 pounds altogether. I've got about 10 more to lose to be where I need to be. But yeah, I've lost a considerable amount of weight. A lot of it has to do with, the diabetes. So I mean, I've watched most of the time. I watch what I eat. I mean, I still eat bad for me once in a while, but I already would have lost the excess weight that I needed to as far as that goes. But it is making it easier to manage the blood sugar. So, now that summer's getting here, it's going to be hot, and I'm not going to want to eat as much. That's part of it. And the other side of that too is I'll be drinking a lot more water and all that other fun stuff. Let's see if we can get you guys around this way here. Move that cable here out of the way. Well, I can turn my stand a little bit. Where we're at and what we're doing. Okay. All right. Now we've got to figure out what that one is. We figured out which hole we need on this side. It's the same on this one. So what we'll do is just count over a couple more screws. There we go. Come on, get on there. There we go. That makes the life a whole lot easier here. Hang out with Nova, yeah, that would work. Well, night, Mr. Black. You have a good one, buddy. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, I guess, if you decide to tune in. There is more to come tomorrow. I will be working on this a little bit. The biggest thing is I just wanted to get, a good, healthy start on this, so that I can go ahead and get the modules and stuff, because I'm literally running out of room where I've just got so much stuff sitting in here at the time, at this current time. It's actually making it kind of difficult for me. So, it's the reason why I've just actually got to stop and work on my own project here. So that's kind of what we're doing, is I'm just trying to get the bulk of it done. And then I'll get back in on some of the other stuff I've got going on for everybody else. There we go, hopefully. All right. Yep, that one's just a hair too tight. That or this bracket's not just quite where it needs to be. I felt it move just a little bit. Might be a good thing. Still off just a little bit. Figure out which one of these brackets is off just a hair. Yep, probably that one. That one moved quite a bit. thought I had it in the hole. I forgot I had it in reverse so I could loosen it up. All right. There's that. Let's get one more mounted on this side. Like I said, the bottom one, I'm actually going to wait on it because that one's the one I'm going to do all the work to and program it to be the slave for the rest of this. Sure, I got to turn the right direction this time. Oh, yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. And that one I'll have to do the backwards way because I don't want to get another screwdriver. There we go. All right, I'll worry about putting those struts on here in just a minute. Let's find our little bitty power supply wherever I laid it down at. There we go. I gotta make sure. Yep, that'll work. Good. Well, good night, 3. Oh, God. I know I knocked a screw off, but I don't know where. That's some heavy crap now. I tell you. Jeez, oh Pete's. Now these are tricky as all get out to mount. The reason why is because they don't give you much room to get in there behind everything. So you have to hold it, get it started. made this just like 1/4 inch longer as far as this one mounting tab on the front. It would make life so much easier. So much easier. Yeah. See it. I can't reach it, but I can see it. There we go. Okay. All right, so there's that. Now, set this back up. Nope. Let's go ahead and mount. I'm going to go ahead and mount them. Even though I know I'm going to pull them right back out, I'm going to at least get the clamps mounted. I'm just not going to tighten them all the way up since I can actually get to them from both sides. But I want to get those placed, and then that way I can take my measurements because I got to make a small little rail for these. So. And 3. He is definitely a character. I thought that was the right set. Oh, I know what that's holes for. So they're trying to think what that extra hole was for. Now I remember it's for that extra bracket on the side. Okay. fix that problem like that. Okay, so in other words, that's going to have to be turned. Of course it is. You know, I've never understood why on these capacitor brackets, why I can't mount them the same way every time. You know, it's 3 points, which is 120 degrees, you know, if you split it up 3 ways. But these crazy things are not set to 120 degrees apart. And I've never quite understood why they do it that way. You know, what's the purpose of intentionally not making them where once you have your mounting reference, why you cannot go back and just move it from one direction to the next and everything be fine. I've never quite understood that. It's one of life's great mysteries, I guess. There we go. I'm going to tighten them real tight because I've got to still do the clamp thing, and that actually affects how the clamp actually works. You can go ahead and tighten one good, but the other two you always want to leave a little loose until you get everything just seated and situated exactly the way you want them. All right, so let's grab that other cap wherever it ran off to back here. And we'll get this one mounted as well. Yeah, one of the first times I ever went to use one of these big caps that requires the mounting bracket like this, and this has been eons ago. You know, I laid everything out and was so happy the way it all looked and everything. I had everything tight whenever I went I had it all loose at the time, I'm sorry. Whenever I'd made all my measurements and I drilled my holes for mounting and, you know, got it just what I thought was perfect, you know, and I knew it would move a little bit whenever you go to tighten it down. And, well, I forgot to put a capacitor in there before I ran the screw here, and it was spread out just far enough that I couldn't put it all together. So I had to go back and figure out my mistake, which, you know, it didn't take too long, but it was just the frustration of it because, you know, like I said, it was the first time, and that was, like I said, years and years and years ago. So that's part of the reason why I still go ahead and I, you know, put my screw in there. I make sure there's a cap in there before I ever even mark anything, you know, because you've got quite a bit of movement.
that bracket. All right. Well, that takes care of that portion of it. Since we got it on its side, I might as well go ahead and mount my den rail here. Grab a few more nuts here. Ta-da! All right. And the other pieces, I can take those on and off as needed. So the only thing we've got left is to hang one more module from here, which, like I said, for the time being, I'm actually going to leave it off. That way we can go ahead and do what we got to there. Now, I may have to do the same thing as I did over here and readjust my brackets a little bit. I'm hoping not, but we'll find that out here in a minute. I'll go ahead and hang two over here as well, as I'll have to open up the other case that I've got. This was one of the things, though, that I was kind of actually shocked about. As big as what these are, let me grab it here, that way I can kind of show you guys. Now, granted, these are way too long for, the small little modules, but the small little modules use a 4mm screw whenever you go to mount them. Okay, which is great. It's plenty, especially for the size of the module it is, and considering the weight distribution of it. However, now you go over to these big mamma jammas, and they're actually set up with 4mm screws as well, which I thought that was a little odd. I actually expected these to have went up, from the last time that I had built with these for another client. I was really surprised that that's all they used was 4mm. Now, granted, I still put 4 screws in the cabinet itself because, they are drilled for 4. So whenever I laid out and did my mounting and everything, I went ahead and used all 4 screws because of the physical weight of it. Now, again, out of the 8 screw holes, since we're actually hanging these in the vertical format, and that's the other reason why that there's going to be braces that go all the way physically to the bottom, is to help support the physical weight. Now, granted, we're only using 4 screws, one on each side, on each side on the front, and one on each side in the back. which in this case is going to be more than sufficient, to hold the physical weight. But I was really just surprised that out of everything that they had, I was really surprised that that's the way they went. Um, it, like I said, it really did surprise me. Yeah, let's go ahead and stay there. That one started. Yeah. There we go. If they're off, they ain't off much. I'll find out when I go to the next one for sure. There we go. Okay. There we go. Those are nice and solid just the way they are. That's beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
What do you guys think so far? Well, thank you, 312. I wasn't sure that you were still in there. I figured you'd already went to bed. Gary, he's probably sitting in his patrol car, kicked back, relaxing. I can slide the other modules in on this side. Same thing with there. When I'm done, I'll be able to slide the modules in place with no problem. Yeah. Yeah, Charles, he was probably out there on the water fishing. Must be nice to be able to go out and go fishing, and all the rest of us are slaving away, working 12, 13-hour days, and then coming in here after 12, 13 hours and working a couple more, and then we finally get to go in and take a shower and call it a night. Must be nice. I can't even remember the last time I took a day off. Did I not drill that hole? Well, I guess I will have to go back and take care of that tomorrow on that hole. It's all right. Not a big deal. Dum, 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 dum. Oh. Look up, you'll find them. Yay. uh, Got to be careful because of where I've got the metric and I've got the 6 millimeter, the 4 millimeter, and the the 4 millimeter. Okay. Yeah, the 4 millimeter and the 632 laying side by side, they look very similar. Okay. That's another reason why, though, I'm leaving the 4 millimeter in the bag. welded these in. I've got several 4mm bags of 4mm screws for mounting all the power supplies and all that good stuff. Some of them over the course of years, I've even went so far as to go back because of where they're so closely related size-wise to the 832, that I've went ahead and actually mounted them using the 832 screws. So, which I've actually still got some 832 screws that I use on occasions for other things now, mainly because of the fact that, I went to the correct size of screws. So, all right. Got that one. Yeah, let's go ahead and put that bar in there too. That way I can see what I've got to get in. That way I know what I'm going to get into. Okay. Go. Mounting bracket here going on, and line that hole up. Okay, there's that one. I think I'm going to leave that loose just in case I have to move something around here, because I already tightened that side up. This one, like I said, I got to pop a hole in it, but I'll wait until I get the other two, or at least one of the bottom ones. I'll slide it in there and make sure that, because for whatever reason, I'm not seeing it, and it may be off a little bit or something, but I'll go back and take care of that one here. All right, so let's grab, should be another bracket. There it is. Get a screw. Yeah, I really wanted all the brackets facing the same direction, but because of where the capacitors wound up hitting at, I had to turn the one bracket the other direction. Not that it's going to hurt anything. It's just I like the symmetrics of the other way. But I already got my capacitors and stuff in there, and I don't want to have to change anything on that. Okay. Wow. I wonder how much this thing's going to weigh whenever I'm done. This thing's going to be crazy on weight. All right. Give me just a second here. Be right back. Grab something else. All right. Some stuff to put out of my way. Have to figure out what I did with the other cover like this. I took one off here the other day, and I think it's in one of my boxes that I've got all my parts in. At least that's what I'm hoping on anyways. All right, so there's that. Okay, good. So they're both on that side. Now they actually make specialized clamps for these, but if you don't have any or don't want to use them, you actually take just a small pair of pliers and right here on the tip, get your hands in there. Take and you can actually bend up the corners just a little bit, and it's not enough to disturb anything, as far as the main part of the rail, but it'll allow you to go ahead and have a deadlock to where you don't have to worry about it popping off or sliding off. So once you get to the end, that's as far as it'll go. It won't let you go any further. And some of these are a little on the ornery or stubborn side, so they do have a release tab, and that's what the white bracket is here on the front. As soon as I figure out where I just laid the other one down at. Huh. There it is. I've got so much stuff out of whack in here right now. But anyways, on the contactors, one of the things that you have to remember whenever you're putting these in is, where your coil is located at. Your coil typically on a contactor is denoted by where it says A1 and A2. Now this one that I'm actually using actually is set up for a 220 volt coil. You're going to find contactors that have 220 volts on the coil, 110, 24 volts. Those are probably your three primaries. In this particular case, I went with 220, and it's not the fact that the box itself has got the 220 coming in, because I'm still going to have to run it through the secondary relay, which is what I'm going to mount here in the center. The reason why I actually went with the 220 was because of the fact that there was almost a $20 difference for the same exact contactor with the 110 or the 24 volt. The other side of that too is I've got a 12 volt supply that I already have on hand, so I don't have to go with another alternate source. I can actually utilize everything that I've got right here, and I can actually make a tap run through the relay here. It's actually going to engage both of these contactors, so that's part of it. What I was also telling you guys about earlier is you actually have a release tab right here, that you can put a screwdriver in whenever you need to actually remove these, and just pull that back a little bit, and it'll let you offset it off the DIN rail. The other nice thing is too, since it is spring loaded, you can actually just catch it on the backside, give it a push, you'll feel it click in place, and it's ready to go. So, okay. All right. That's what I wasn't sure about. I'm hitting that screw. It's not quite enough room. I can see a little bit better on this side. Yep, it's just a hair too long. That's all right. We can take care of that here real quick and easy. All I gotta do is be able to access the bottom of that screw. Yeah, the main contactors I don't have to worry about because they're actually long enough or tall enough that standard 3, it'll go past the standard 3/8 screw that I've got in there. However, I just have to go to a different drawer and get one out of another bag. There we go. This is another reason why I cut it short, was for this reason right here, because I knew I was going to just use that to lock it in to where nothing can actually come off of it or come loose. So there we go. For the time being, go over here. And plug a relay in. All right. Okay. No, I've got to get the file because I procrastinated. Okay. So I got to go back and actually notch the bottom of this here. That way I can get them to lock in. Okay. So I need this notched so that I can go ahead and set those in there. So I have to know where these are actually going to be set at, because I'm actually going to go ahead, since we've got the 4 power supplies already mounted, even though there's more that's going to be in here, I can go ahead and I can get my wire cut tonight. So that's what I'm kind of after. I need to know exactly how my shunt and everything's going to hit, so that I can get a good idea for the length of DC wire and stuff. So bear with me here, guys. Like I said, I should have already had this part done. Yeah, I've got one half of it done, but that's for the positive side. Now I just got to make sure I got it for the negative. And that one's close, real close. Trying to get it in the frame here. Yeah, whenever I had my diagram ground for the flats, so that I had a lock in. The one thing that I wound up doing was I wound up overshooting my measurement. That's part of the reason why these don't just drop in. It's just I'll have to order another one and go through the same, unfortunately, the same painstaking process in order to go ahead and get it all exactly the way it needs to be. So, unfortunately, that's part of the learning curve. All right, let's see if that one drops in now. There we go. Definitely don't have to worry about them moving, that's for sure. The hardest part's lining these crazy things back up. Just never been a fan of these particular nuts that they use. Okay. This one locked in, and then we'll file the other one so that I can put the other piece right there with it. There we go. Grab the other negative here. Kind of like nails on a chalkboard. That's the most annoying part of this whole process. Wow, it's noisy. Yeah, I'm still at it, Gary. Yeah, I actually even mentioned you earlier, but I can't remember what we were talking about. But you came up in the conversation, so hopefully your ears weren't burning too bad. It wasn't nothing bad. Come on, baby, you're close. You've started. Come on. There you go. Just one more little pop. And there she is. There we go. Well, I know they're kind of tight, but I know that those will still work too. So we're going to go ahead and mount those as well and get that part taken care of. Come on, baby. I may have to work on that one a little bit, but I'm sure that I had those the other day filed enough. Everything would just pop right into place. Well, filing again. Yeehaw. Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of funny that you mentioned that because I actually had a friend from high school. They stopped by. They're up from Georgia, visiting, visiting their family, and they actually stopped by today. That's part of the reason why I got such a late start. It's a whole lot easier on aluminum than it is this steel cabinet. I'll tell you. There's one. Let's see if we can get this other one in there. I'll go grab that shunt here. We'll drop it onto the back, and then I can get some. Then I can start showing you guys a little bit of what it's going to start really looking like here. Like I said, I'll have to go get some more supplies, but I got to get another case out of the house. Now, I can tell you though, the next time, which I got to look at my old die that I used to cut these out with. I actually took, because it was more economical, to just order, a standard round one, and then take it in and have one side ground, and then on the other reciprocating side of it, go ahead and have it welded up and then ground in. So it was actually more economical to do that than what it was to buy the, if you will, the correct die for this. That's actually got at least one or two flats on it because of the physical cost of it. So, the one, I think if I buy just the single, the single standard, it's like $40. And then, to have it modified, you still have to kind of watch how you line it up whenever you actually start snapping it. But if you line it up properly together, you don't have to have the special, you don't have to have it keyed a certain way. And that's actually what really costs as far as on some of the specialty dies, like what's required to cut this out with if you order one. That's just like cutting holes for meters. The reason why I don't have one of those is I just can't justify, because some of those that are special, specialties like that, one of them that I looked into was like $750, and I just can't justify it. I mean, if I was, if I cut out, 2 or 3 a day, with something like that, yeah, I could kind of justify the expense. But, I do maybe 2 or 3 a month, and I just have a hard time spending that kind of money for, some of the specialty tools like that. This one here, like I said, it didn't cost hardly anything to actually manufacture what I wanted. So that was part of the reason behind, why I did it. All right, so let's get a couple screws. I'm just going to put a couple in here just to hold it in place because we don't really care at the moment. We're just wanting to get our measurements and go from there. Oops. Okay. All right. So there's one screw. That's what I've got laying here on the workbench. So that's what we're going to go with. Because we're going to have the back off of it a couple different times in the process of doing all this. All right. All right. So do I start with the AC or do I start with the DC? Like I said, with what I've got going on with this, I think you'll like it either way. I actually special ordered power wire for both the AC and the DC. Grab that shunt. If I quit trying to roll over my dad blasted feet. Alrighty, let's see here. Do. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to double check something here. Okay. Just making sure. There's supposed to be a normally open contact that I ordered. And believe it or not, they actually do have some that are just the opposite. So it's another thing to, one of those pitfalls whenever you're using something like this to actually look out for. But anyways, let's go ahead and start with our AC. So I know it looks like normal red and black wire. Let's examine it a little closer though. See that? It's actually braided. It's rated for 200 degrees Celsius. So that's freaking hot. But the red and the black, they're actually, it's actually a fire retardant coating that they use on top of this. But it is silicon wire with the fire retardant wrap around it. And it is tin coated wire. So this is some really good stuff, guys. These rolls are actually pointing in the same direction here. When I'm pulling it off, it'll be a lot easier on me. Yeah, I'm gonna shut that door. Just in case. The only reason why I say just in case is I'm smelling a polecat. The last thing I want is something like that to make its way up to the door and into the shop. That would not be a fun night. Not in the slightest. Okay. So what, let me cut one. That way, if I do make a mistake on how I'm going to lay this, we'll know before I cut too much wire. Okay. Yep, that should be more than enough excess. Okay. Try to get enough of it here in the view. Another thing I want to check here real quick before I get too wild and crazy here. Fully loaded down. There it is. Based off of the other one, I know what these are rated for. But now based off of the other one, which I built here a few years ago for what was it? Lucas Oil. I was actually surprised as far as on the AC current. Now theirs was a 600 amp, and fully loaded, it still didn't actually max out a 30 amp circuit. So I was actually kind of surprised on that. But let's see here. So with this being 7, roughly about 40 amps is what I'm kind of figuring this one will probably be at. The circuit that I'm actually going to be running this on is 30 amp. It is temporary for the time being because of the fact that I've got to put another drop in, for where this is actually going to be going at. I've got another drop that I've still got to get put in yet, and I've got another breaker for here in the shop, but I've got to get things moved around and what have you. But generally from what I've seen, like I said, I think they rate these at about 10 amps if you max them completely out. I think that's what they've got these rated for. And like I said, with what I've seen, as far as tacking it out, I've not seen any more than about on a 600 amp, which is a 6 of these together. I've not seen more than 30 amps. So you take 30 and you'll divide that by 6 of them, just for an example. You're only looking about 5 amps. But it's weird because I think the way they've got that figured is it's the same amperage and I can't wrap my mind around it. Why they've got it listed like they do. But they've actually got it listed for, I think, the same current, whether it is 240 or 110, or it's real close. I'll have to go back and pull the actual spec sheets on it as far as on that part of it. But all right, so yeah, I think I'm going to wait on those because I've got some other connectors that I've got on the way too. But for the time being, I am going to go ahead and still strip the wire and get it ready to go in there. So This opened up here. Yeah, Luke would even be proud of me. I'm actually using wire strippers for a change. Yeah, he gives me a hard time about not using wire strippers as often as I should. But I went so many years without having, some of the proper tools that, I've done it the way I've done it for so many years that it actually feels unfamiliar to do it any other way. But until my connectors come in on Monday, I'm not going to crimp them hard, but I am going to put them on there so my other connectors come in. Like I said, we'll take care of the little fine details a little bit later. But I kind of want to give you guys a sneak peek of what it's actually going to look like. Well, that's kind of funny you say that, because I mean the two that I use the most for stripping wires is right here. My regular pocket knife and small pair of nips. And I know you've seen me use these like a billion times, and I will use these for a lot of different things. Now, because of the fact that we're dealing with this high temp wire, one of the problems that you run into as far as not using a good, sharp pair of snips is because of the fact that it's got that fire retardant outer shell or sheath on it. And you need to make sure that you've got what you need on that. Otherwise, you're going to have, issues. So, way I get it ran the same direction here. Keep my spacing the same. Yeah, I couldn't make up my mind whenever I sat there and was looking at different wire, and I wanted to do something just completely different. That's the reason why I wound up using what I did. even with the ferrite that I'm using, it's a very dense core, so it's great for blocking a lot of different RF and what have you. But I don't know if it'll show on the camera or not, but these actually have a red tint to them. And then these actually have, which actually shows up really good on camera, it's got a yellow tint to it. So the red's going to be for the AC side, and the yellow is going to be for the DC. Now, the crazy thing is it's actually the same ferrite as far as on the core of it. So, but it's actually just a special coating that I put on both of them in order to go ahead and give them a unique tint. I mean, I'm not going to finish this power supply this weekend by no means, but like I said, I am going to go ahead and make a good justifiable start on it where I can go ahead and start getting some of this stuff put up and out of my way, so I can set it off to the side and, it's all in one cabinet instead of in multiple boxes and places on the floor, because it's getting too hard to walk around in this place. Come on, baby. Oops. See? Told you I wasn't going to tighten them super tight. Just enough to basically hold everything in place. That way I don't have to disturb the wiring until, like I said, my other connectors come in. And I cut a piece of this the other day because I was kind of curious to believe, but do what I want to do. Which is for the grounding. Yeah, and that's the whole thing is I never, I never have a pair in my hand when I need them. And I've ran into that situation so many different times. So that's part of the reason why I just said to heck with it. And where's my crimpers at? this stuff, what's nice, even though it's, number one, it's braided and it is, stranded core. You can actually kind of bend this to whatever shape you need it to. And that's one of the nice things about it. But I was debating on taking this and either looping it up or looping it down, which looping it down can actually cut it a lot shorter once it's all said and done. This was just a little trial piece that I'd cut off, so it's part of the reason why it's like it is right at the moment. I'll trim it to size once I'm done. All right, let's just get you started. I knew I wasn't going to need much of this. Okay. Bring that down like so. Yep. Yeah, that's going to be just about perfect. Because the other will lay just above it. But I just bought like 25 feet of the green, because that's all I'm going to use it for is here is just for, and truthfully, this part here is really not all that necessary. The only reason why I'm doing it is more for the looks than I am anything else as far as on the grounding wire. Because the ground here, if you actually check it from here to the main cabinet, is essentially the earth ground. So, and again, that's the other nice thing too is, I've got the rails here, and the rails all, are all four mounted to the physical chassis. The sides, they're going to actually have a physical ground on them as well. And then, I'm going to have the actual ground wire that's going to be attached to the back. So, everything's going to have a nice overall grounding system on it. This is just kind of a redundancy, but I'm doing it just for the looks of it more so than anything. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and cut these other, I'll cut a couple of them. That way I've got measurements, but I want to get some of the power wire also cut. I'm just going to go ahead and cut all the green ones here real quick because it won't take anything to do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So yeah, I had this was the only thing that didn't come on an actual spool when I ordered it. So I took one of my small leftover spools from solder and wrapped it around there and had it looking really nice. And I was hoping with it being that way for a few days, I was actually hoping that it maybe would hold enough shape that I didn't have to worry about it unspooling like that. But it just happens. But I kind of went that route. The other route that I was actually going to go, and I'll show you guys here in a second, I was going to do it one of two ways, and I decided to go this direction with it. But it's also in the same format, which I special ordered silicon wire. This is only rated for 150 degrees, but now it's much more flexible because it doesn't have that outer sheath on it. Still the same gauge wire, but it doesn't have that sheath on it. I was actually going to go black and yellow as far as for my two AC lines. That was one of the other alternates that I had picked out, and I couldn't make up my mind at the time when I ordered all this. So I've ordered both of them. Figured I'd make up my mind whenever I got to there. Let's get off to the side. All right. Set that one in there. Okay. Well, that was brilliant. Yeah, this stuff is actually very flexible, but it also holds its shape once you actually make it to whatever you want. Part of the reason why I decided to go with it. Just do a little massage. Well, that is true, but part of this is the fact that it is going to have a glass face on it. That's part of it's part of the reason why I'm doing this is for that. The other side of that too is there are people that they want something that is a one-off. And even though I build sometimes the same amplifier, I mean, I had two of them back to back. Here last weekend, was it? And even at that, as far as on the evolution series, they are still just slightly different. I use different colored wire. I even put the labels in a little different location. But everything that I do, I usually try to make, even if it is the same thing, I still try to make it different. Some way, somehow, I try to make it just a little on the different side. So, again, usually red and black is used for your main power. Not this time. We're using yellow. I'm actually going to start over here. Yeah, colored heat shrink and also colored electrical tape. For example, at work, everything is black on the wire, and the reason why is, and it's 480, 480, 208, 277. Those are probably the three that are the most commonly used at work. But you got to remember, you're looking at, it's three-phase electric, and they have three different choices: black, or black. So whenever they actually bring it into the service panel, typically what they do is they'll go ahead and mark it. For example, for 480, it is blue, orange, yellow. So they'll use the different colored electrical tapes to indicate each leg of the three-phase based on where it's at, or what position that it's in, during the phase. So that's one of those that it's kind of interesting. In this case here, which I even ordered yellow heat shrink. Again, everything's going to be kind of a, it's kind of a showpiece is really what it is. It is going to be practical because I am going to actually physically use it. And that's just like with, one of the things that 3 had said, and he's 100% right. Now, I could save myself a large amount of money in wiring if I'd take these, turn them around, and mount them the other direction, because of the fact that I could actually cut my 4-gauge use way down, as far as on each one of these modules. That's still not a bad idea. It's actually a really good idea. But, since this is actually a showpiece, the wiring can make or break it as far as on looks. Now when you get to the outside of it, I've got your traditional red and black for hot and ground, which in my opinion, that's something you definitely want to make sure of. So
know that I should be cutting it just a little extra, which I should be at this point. Let me grab my cutters. Now, 20 years ago, it was actually really easy to find yellow power wire that was 4-gauge. Now I've got 4/0 cable that I've also got for the workbench that's going to be hooked up to this when I get to it. I've got the ends on it on one side, but I've got to finish putting the other ends on as well. But yeah, 4/0, 4-gauge. I mean, this is just some massive wire, but geez, oh Pete's. But I've also got the big ends on it too, in order to go ahead and carry more current to the workbench. So for the time being, so that I could actually finish up a couple of other small amplifiers, I've actually got that 350 amp power supply that I built here a few weeks ago. That one is for sale, but I'm not going to let it go until actually I get this one finished, because otherwise I have no power supply to use. I sold my original one that I built here a few years ago. Had a guy that wanted it, so I sold it to him. He let me keep it for a few extra days so that I could go ahead and get until I got the other one built, so that I wasn't completely dead in the water. Okay, there's 3. Yeah, I tease 3 mate all the time, because I said, the only reason why you went the route you did with 3 mate, I says, because you can't count past 3. Of course, he's asleep, so I can talk about him now. All right. Got 4 of those cut for tonight. And I've got all my lengths figured out on that. We'll do the same here in just a minute for the black. Yeah. Well, my biggest thing is I'm trying to keep from, potentially having any loss. That's the thing I was after, was, trying to keep from having any kind of loss whatsoever, within the confines of my workbench. So yeah, I'll give myself just a couple of extra inches. Because I can trim off when I get to the back. I can always trim off easier than I can add back on. There's not going to be a lot of difference in the hot in the ground, which do not have to be the exact same length, but all the grounds should be the same length and all the hots should be the same length. But you can use a shorter side or a shorter one on one side. Just for example, about the distance of the shunt is what we're short. So, but I'll cut 3 or 4 of these real quick, and then I'm actually going to go ahead and put the ends on a couple of them, at least on the one side, so that we can show everybody what it's going to look like. Like I said, I'm going to work on it for a couple of hours tomorrow, and then I'm going to get into my other work that I've got here. So. Okay. That gives us a couple of them cut. But I wished all my supplies that I'd ordered, I wish they'd all came in at the same time that they were supposed to. Yeah. Well, and I can remember back in the day, seeing an 800 to 1,000 amp floating power supply. Oh my God. First one of those that I'd seen, which actually a guy down in Paoli had. Massive. Oh my God.
besides the physical weight of it, of course, this is back when, Toshibas were king, and they still are, but, you could actually buy Toshibas, and, he had a, 48 pill Toshiba box. The only thing of it is he bought it from the wrong company, we'll say, the least anyways. And I think he got 3 keys out of it before the amplifier went to pot. And he'd asked me about working on it, and back then the biggest thing that I had, was what was it, 75 amp Astron. And I told him, I said, man, I don't even have anything remotely big enough, nor do I have the shop wired to handle that kind of current, because at that time I didn't. I had, 30 amp service out here in the shop back then. This has been, 15, 16 years ago. So 30, 30 amps, back then was enough to run everything, but, now it's like 30 amps. Well, good evening, Mr. Nobody. I didn't know you was in there, but good night to you if you're getting out of there. I'm going to be out here for just a very short period of time yet, before we call it a night. Trying to get some of that glare off. Believe it or not, I actually did put some diffusers on the lights. Believe it or not. But I've tried multiple different things in order to try to take some of the glare off of the physical table itself. And, just short of me making complete black table, which I've done that in the past as well. Back whenever I used a lot of the indoor-outdoor carpet, because it was fairly economical. And I haven't been able to actually find any decent indoor-outdoor carpet like I used to. Otherwise, I'd cut me a couple pieces just to keep on here to keep the table actually in decent shape. Okay, let's grab a couple of connectors here. And where did I lay my little vise at? There it is. Oops. There we go. Now we got some of the glare off of there anyways. Turn the exhaust back on too, since we're going to be doing some soldering. Those are going to be way too big to crimp that with. Not sure if this is the right set of dies that I'm looking for or not. Nope. That should be. And if need be, we'll go to the next. And we'll get the proper stripping tool here. Since you and I were talking about this a while ago. Good old made in the USA wire. Okay. Wasn't sure. Figured I might have to go down one more. I barely crimped it. Go. It's easier to go down than it is to go up. Ironically enough, yes, it is. That is exactly what it is. You're, I think, one of the first people to actually even recognize that. Yeah, I've got two of those, and the one that I like the most, I actually don't carry, mainly because of the fact that it's just a little bit longer. Go. Definitely what I would say a good eye. Yeah, it's the most expensive pocket knife I've ever bought, but I like it for work just because of the fact that most of the time I'm one-handed inside of a machine, and I either need to flag a sensor or I need to cut a zip tie. I mean, there's a million things that goes on whenever you're inside of a machine working on it. But it's the fact that I can open it one-handed. It's the main reason why I use it. Okay. This one. This. Need the other size. I will say though that they do keep a pretty good edge on them. I don't have to sharpen that one near as often. Out of everything else that I've used, as much wire and all that good stuff that I wind up using it on. Like I said, it holds up pretty good. Let's see. Wow. Well, the other side of that too is, I mean, it's just like your, your firearm. I know guys that, before, back in the day before Glock really took off and wound up being kind of a standard for, a firearm to be used. I know some of the different guys that they had two firearms, the one that was issued them and then the one they actually carried. And when it comes down to, obvious things, just like anything else, I want to have something that, makes me feel warm and fuzzy that, I know is going to always work. It's not going to jam, not going to do this, not going to do that. whatever the situation is. So, if it makes you feel warm and fuzzy, and that it's going to work for you every time, that's what you need to carry, regardless of the cost. Yep, exactly. Should have pulled more off before I got started. And there she goes. She's burping. Oh, Lord. Not you too. Yeah, I'll wait until that cools down before I slide that over top of it. I've actually tried using the solder pot on these, but I just don't like using the solder pot. I've got one. I think a lot of it's because of the fact that I can actually see what's going on with this. But like I said, I think that's the reason why I still go back to the same method that I've been using for a long time. Is just the fact that, like I said, I can see what's going on, so I know how it actually is working. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, I haven't tried it on anything that big yet. I've tried it on 8 gauge and I've tried it on some of the other stuff. The one I've got is actually pretty good size, but it's not real deep. that's the whole thing. Whenever I ordered it, I was looking for one that was taller versus the physical size and diameter. So, where is the other stuff? Do-do-do-do-do-do. There it is. Bit there. Slide that up on there. And scissors. And it kills me as far as on the manufacturers too, because you've got all these different manufacturers that make, simple heat shrink. But one guy you have to order it from has it in, SAE standard. The next guy you order it from, it's in metric. So you're always trying to figure out, well, is it big enough? Is it small enough? Is it going to work for what I need? All right. This is also going to let me know as far as how things are going to lay, so I know which way. I'm just going to put everything together, finger tight, and I'll take it all back apart and put it back together, a couple different times before this is all said and done, because I want to know, how I've got everything ran, make sure it's all just so. And all that good stuff. All right. Well, I knew I already had those two. Let me see if I've got at least one more set that's already pre-drilled. Because I would like to put at least two more on there just to kind of see how the rest of this is going to hang. You know, the rest of this, I'm sure you can kind of see how it's all going to fall into place. Again, yeah, fall. But I told you guys, I didn't want to put a lot of pressure, just enough to basically hold it in place long enough for me to wait on my connectors. I mean, if need be, I can always trim back just a little bit. It's part of the reason why the ferrite that I'm using, why it's hanging down as low as what it is instead of up a little closer. So let's go ahead and put that other ground wire on real quick while we're at it. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I've got one. And it's got, solder in it. But like I said, the problem is the height of it. you go to try to actually dip something into it, it's actually a little harder on this one. You know, it works good, but geez, I probably got like 3-4 pounds of solder in it. All right, let me see if I got a couple more of those already preset. Ready. No, I do not. All right. But anyhow, like I said, it just kind of gives you guys a little bit of an idea. Like I said, I don't know what you think, but I kind of like the way it looks. Get a hold of the doggone thing. I even ordered yellow zip ties. Like I said, just a little eccentric, I guess. You know, when black would do, even for the yellow. I've got plenty of black, and I've got especially these small red ones. You know, I mean, I've got thousands of these. You know, I got a deal 4 or 5 years ago on these, and bought them mainly because of the fact I was using so many on the inside of radios. You know, whenever I'd clip and pull all the wiring apart to go ahead and do repair work and what have you. I needed some zip ties. Well, I was looking for an economical cost, and I didn't want to go with the standard white ones. And the reason behind that had to do with the fact that the white ones disintegrate so quickly over time. So, I read into it a little bit, and the black ones last a lot longer. That's actually what I was looking for at the time that I come across those. And somebody had an overabundance of those, and I bought like 5,000 of them for the price of what I could buy 500 of the red, or the black at the time. So I went ahead and bought those. I sold, I think, one bag of them, and I've still got 3. I think I've got 3 more bags yet to go through. And I'm still using on the crazy things, but yeah, well, and that's kind of the reason why I went the route that I did. Let's see. We can do one more quick thing here. And I just pulled this out for kind of beginning of the video more than anything. And I actually came across this by mistake. But once I get everything else where I want it, I come across this. Like I said, you just have to kind of imagine for the time being, because I've got everything still in pieces and parts. But believe it or not, it's actually neon. But the neon but it's a neon yellow. Yeah. Like I said, it's going to go around the outer, on the inside here. I'm actually going to drape it around when it's all said and done. But I mean, it was just one of those that I seen it, and I don't even know how I came across it, but it's one of those where I wasn't looking for lighting in any way at the time. And it was like, yeah, we got to do this. So, it comes on a spool just like you do your normal LEDs, but it's neon. And it is as close to an actual neon bulb, only with the flexibility that you can actually put it to where you want it. So, once we put the sides on there, that's going to be dark. You're going to have the glass door on the front. I think that it's going to really look incredibly sexy. That's part of the reason why, again, I want to kind of go with the braided wire. I haven't done that, and I haven't done anything with braided wire in 3 or 4 years. Matter of fact, I actually sent some to 3 Mate, because of where I had so much extra at one time of like a 12 gauge wire, and I sent him a partial roll of it because I'd quit using it at the time. And I thought, well, hey, he likes to do things different from time to time. So I went on to something else at the time, and now I'm kind of going back, kind of backwards, but that's all right because we're doing something, like I said, a little different again. I've got the red and black going on for my main power wires. It's going to be in here. But yeah, I think it's going to be sexy. Alrighty, guys. I'll tell you what. It's getting late. We're going on 20 to 5. I'm going to call it an evening. So thanks for watching, guys. Hopefully, if we do have any new guys that popped in here, hopefully if you liked what you've seen, hit the like and subscribe. We've got more videos coming, obviously, and more videos of this itself. We're going to get this all finished up. We're still going to do a suspended set of meters that's actually going to be in this as well. I'll have to get some of this other stuff done before we go drilling holes in the top here, but we'll get that all taken care of. But anyways, guys, have a great evening. Thanks for staying in there as long as you have with me. Take care. We will catch you on the next live feed.